8:45 on May the 13th. It's Thursday. We're back in state of Florida versus Zachary Wester. Mr. Williams and Mr. Davis have thought about how we're going to proceed forward today. We're going to go ahead and take care of Turner first. So Turner's going to be our first witness today. And we've got some of our court staff that will be dealing with the courtroom, making sure some things are taken care of after she testifies. So we're going to do her, then we're going to probably take a 10-minute recess and then do our next witness. But Turner will be our first witness today. And we're going to keep everybody out of the witness room until she is done and out of the building, and our court staff can take care of the court's needs today. Mr. Williams, anything else before we bring the jury in this morning?
Judge, there will be no exhibits published on the courtroom's technology with Ms. Turner, but just for our purposes, Ms. Bittner and I have come in here and we've made sure that it is working properly this morning.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Mr. Davis, anything from you?
No, sir.
Mr. Davis, do you want any additional, well, you can move something, add something? Is there any?
That's what I was just looking over here, Judge. I didn't know if there was.
We can take one of these and add it if you want an additional feature there, sir. Take one of these if you're looking for something additional.
Well, I was actually thinking maybe for look at the wire. Yeah, I can't move the desk because it's wired.
Yeah, that's the problem with desk. You want an additional one of these over
Maybe
here?
put another one over here.
Do that if you don't mind, Mr. Bailiff, Mr. Clerk. Y'all can help with that.
Judge, what I may do is when she's testifying, I may slide my chair back over this way, just so I can put a little more distance in between myself.
Yep.
Judge, Ms. Bittner brought to my attention there's a Kleenex box on that witness stand. I just want to bring that to the court's attention in case that's an issue that needs to be addressed.
Mr. Bailiff, let's go ahead and get everything, let's go ahead and get that and get the sanitizer as well. And then let's take, everything else can stay that we'll just deal with. And Mr. Davis and Mr. Williams, if you'll come up here real quick, I'll show you. Let's do that. Let's go ahead and bring her in. I'm going to go ahead and bring her in before we bring the jury in too this morning.
And then take the jury.
Come on up, Ms. Turner. Thank you, ma'am. Let's go ahead and bring our jury in.
Let's all rise.
Good morning. Please come to rest. It's good to see our jurors this morning. We're going to kind of go in an unusual order today. We're going to go ahead and take our first witness. Then we're going to take about a 5-minute break, 5-10-minute break. So we're going to do a witness. The court's got business it's got to take care of after this witness, so we're going to take about a 5-10-minute break, and then we will be back into our normal routine. I apologize for the jumping around, but I do want to give you a heads up. It's going to be a little out of order. It's going to be a witness break, and then we'll probably do about an hour worth of witnesses and then take our second break of the morning. And again, I apologize for the staggered start today. Let's go ahead and swear our first witness in. Ma'am, if you'll stand up, please, and raise your right hand, Mr. Clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you, ma'am. You can be seated. Ms. Turner, a couple things today. If you'll speak up so everybody can hear you. Second thing is, if you hear an objection, pause your testimony. Let me hear what the objection is, and I'll instruct you, okay?
Okay.
All right, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you state your name for the record?
It's Maria Thompson.
Now, ma'am, could you,
I'm sorry, what was your name?
It's Maria Thompson.
Thompson, not Turner. I apologize,
It
ma'am.
was Turner at the time.
It was Turner.
Yes,
It is
sir.
Thompson now.
It's
Okay,
Thompson.
thank you for that. Can you spell it for me, ma'am?
It's THOMPSON.
Thompson. Thank you, ma'am.
and ma'am, do you, just so we're hearing each other very well, would you do your best to scoot maybe a little bit closer to the microphone? Thank you so much. Mrs. Thompson, do you recall getting pulled over by a sheriff's deputy here in Jackson County, July 14th of 2017?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall the car that you were riding in when you were pulled over?
Yes, sir. It was a Ford F-150.
Was it your car?
No, sir. It was my fiance's vehicle at the time.
And how often would you either ride or drive in that vehicle at that time?
Pretty often we would switch out depending on where he had to work, the distance he had to drive at the time, because we had a truck and a car. But I had been driving it for probably the last month or so.
Now, on the day that you were pulled over, was there anyone in the car with you?
No, sir.
Okay, so of course, then you were the driver, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, when you were pulled over, did the sheriff's deputy who pulled you over make contact with you?
Yes.
Did he tell you the reason for the stop?
Yes, he said that he pulled me over because when he passed me, he smelled the aroma of marijuana.
Okay. Well, let me ask this. Had you been smoking marijuana in the car at that time?
No, sir.
Did you have a chance to notice or recognize if the car smelled like marijuana to you?
No, it did not to me.
Were the windows open at the time of the stop?
I had the driver's side cracked because I was smoking a cigarette.
All right, so you were smoking a cigarette.
Yes, sir.
Now, I'd like to ask you specifically about how it was that you realized there was the deputy pulling you over. Would you describe kind of how you were driving and at what point you first realized that you were being pulled over?
All right, well, I was leaving Highway 69, turning right onto Highway 90, going from Grand Ridge to Mariana. We passed each other like this,
Going opposite directions?
going opposite
is how it
directions
did-
on Highway 90.
Okay.
When he passed me, I was not speeding. I had basically just taken off from the light. So I was going probably about 45, 50 miles an hour. I seen the brake lights hit, and when I looked in my mirror, I seen the lights that he was turning around to get me. So I pulled over.
Now, when he made contact with you and was telling you about the odor of marijuana, did you tell him whether or not there was any marijuana in the car?
Absolutely. I told him there was no way, that I had not been smoking marijuana, that there's just no way. That the only thing I had been smoking was the cigarette.
Now, you were on probation at the time of this stop, correct?
Yes, sir. And I had been for quite some time. I had not been in any trouble
Okay.
since then.
Well, yeah, just one answer at a time. So let me get there. But you were on probation at that time, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And did you tell him that Did that come up during the course of this stop, that you were on probation?
Absolutely.
All right. And specifically drug probation?
Yes, drug offender probation.
All right. At some point during this stop, did this deputy perform a search of the car?
Yes.
Okay. How did that happen? How did it get to the point to where he was searching your car?
Once he was told that I was on probation, he detained me
Okay.
for my safety. He put me in the back of his car,
All right.
and then he then performed to search the truck.
Was there any other deputy on scene at that point?
There was never another deputy on scene.
Were you while you were in his patrol car, detained, were you able to see him searching your car?
Yes, sir.
Were you specifically, though, able to see the inside or the interior of the car, and what particular areas inside of the car he was searching?
Now, I was sit behind the truck, so I could honestly not see inside my truck at this point. I could only see what side of the vehicle that he was on.
And during that search, you mentioned that he came back to his patrol car to place you in it, correct?
Correct.
Did you see him returning from his, from your car, going back to his patrol car during that search?
Yes. He went first to the driver's side and searched. He then went back to his trunk, the trunk of his car, and went back to my car, or my truck, I'm sorry.
When was the first time that he told you he had found something when he was searching your car? Was it before or after he had gone back to his patrol car?
After.
All right. What did he tell you he found?
He came back from the passenger side, and he said that he found a container that had a crystal-like substance that looked like methamphetamine.
Did he show you the container?
He did show me the container. It was in his hand.
Did you recognize it?
I honestly can't remember if I did or didn't at that time. I just knew that he was, saying something to me that my mind was just a flutter. I just knew that there wasn't anything in my car, and he was telling me there was.
Okay. Well, and just to be clear, do you remember any kind of the white substance, or what he described to you, anything like that in your car at that time?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Did you later have a chance to get a better look from him during the stop of that container to see if you recognized the container?
It looked to me like maybe a candy or gum container. I have small children at the time, and it looked like the kind that you put, the gum comes in, and it, just the plastic container that the gum comes in.
Now, we've already said it, but you were on drug probation at
Right.
that time. Would you have ever kept drugs at that time in the type of container that you were just describing, a child's candy container?
Absolutely not.
Do you recall whether or not you were able to see if the if the deputy performed a field test kit, a roadside test to see if something changed colors or not?
He did perform one of those.
Okay, you saw him do that?
I was able to see him. I moved over in the back seat of the vehicle to the right side of the window, and I was able to see him doing it at this point.
Do you recall him showing you whether or not that field test kit turned a color or something noteworthy about it?
He did not show me,
Okay.
but I could see it.
Did you see anything change color in the kit from your vantage point?
No, all I could see was he put something in the container. I'm not really sure how these tests work, though. In the thing, he clicked it shut and shook it. When he shook it, nothing happened or changed. When he looked over and seen that I could see him, he dumped the test out.
Let me ask you this, and you've already answered it, but we'll make this clear. You've said you don't really know how they perform, correct?
Right,
You're just observing what you saw.
right,
And you were in his patrol car when he was doing this.
correct.
Okay. Did he ever tell you that he observed it to change color?
He did say that it tested positive and that I was going to jail.
Okay. And were you taken to jail?
I was.
Just a moment, Judge. Did he ever show you the inside of the container where he said he found that substance?
Not that I can recall.
That's all, Judge.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Davis?
Morning.
On-
And it's Maria Thompson now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry. I'll make sure So Ms. Thompson, so you were arrested back on July 14th of 2017, correct?
Correct.
And the vehicle you're driving, you said was a Ford F-150,
Yes, sir.
and you were by yourself?
Yes, sir.
And you said at the time you were on drug offender probation?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Williams asked you about the container from your car, and you said you wouldn't keep drugs in something like that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Well, what kind of containers did you keep your drugs in?
I did not keep my drugs in containers.
Okay.
I would not have had my drugs in any. I wasn't doing drugs. I was on drug offender probation.
Right, which leads us to believe that there was a drug offense for that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So what kind of container did you have your drugs in when you got arrested for that?
I did not. I was arrested for pain pills. So they would have been in a pill bottle many years before. Before that. And I was clean and sober when he pulled me over.
And have you previously been convicted of a felony?
With adjudication withheld.
And you've never used a field test kit to detect drugs, have you?
No.
You don't know how they work, do you?
No, I said that I didn't.
And have you filed any type of civil suit because of this?
I have.
That's all I have, thank you.
Mr. Williams?
Ms. Turner, did the deputy tell you specifically what it field tested positive for?
Methamphetamine.
And you said that you're involved in a civil suit. You told Mr. Davis that.
Correct.
Is that because you feel like there was a wrong done to you?
I do feel like there was absolutely a wrong done to me.
Nothing else, Judge.
Thank you, sir. Anything else, Mr. Davis?
No, sir.
All right. This time, jury, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. Like I told you, leave your blue notepads in your chairs and be back in the jury room at 9:20. Thank you.
All rise.
Come to rest, please. All right, state, who would you like to call next?
Kathy Shelton.
Kathy Shelton. You raise your right hand, ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you, Ms. Shelton. You may be seated. Ms. Shelton, our jury's sitting out where an audience normally sits. If you'll speak directly into the mic in volume that they can hear you. If you hear an objection, if you'll pause your testimony, I'll instruct you how to proceed. Mr. Williams?
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you state your name for the record?
Kathy Shelton.
Ms. Shelton, how are you employed?
I'm employed as a senior probation officer with the Department of Corrections.
In June and July of 2017, were you the probation officer for Maria Turner?
Yes,
Right. And did your supervision of her include random drug tests?
yes,
Do you recall doing such test on June 8th of 2017?
yes,
Okay, and specifically, did that test examine her sample for methamphetamine?
yes,
Okay, and did that specimen return any methamphetamine?
she tested negative in the on-site.
Okay. And just so we're clear, testing negative would mean that there was or was not methamphetamine in her sample she provided on that date.
Was not.
That's all, Judge.
Mr. Davis?
Morning, Ms. Shelton.
Good morning.
And Ms. Turner was under supervision past that June 8th date, correct?
Yes,
And she did submit more urine samples after June 8th, correct?
yes.
So Ms. Shelton, so the drug test that you administered, the state asked you about was on June 8th of 2017, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Stating follow-ups?
No, Judge.
All right, good luck to you, Ms. Shelton. Thank you for being here. You are subject to recall, so don't talk with anybody about your testimony here today. Thank you. State, who would you like to call next?
Billy Benton.
Billy Benton? Raise your right hand, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
You can put your hand up. Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Benton. Same thing as when you testified before. If you'll speak up so the jury can hear you. If you hear a objection, if you'll pause your testimony, and I'll instruct you. Go ahead, counsel.
All right, good morning.
Morning.
Would you state your name for the record?
Billy Benton.
Mr. Benton, there's an exhibit that's already been in evidence and published. It's a video of Lieutenant Mike Hodges, formerly with the sheriff's office there, performing a search of the defendant's patrol vehicle. Were you present during that search?
I was.
And did you take that video?
I did.
Now, the jury's seen that there's actually 2 separate files showing that entire search. While you were recording it, at some point, did it come to your attention that the device you were using had stopped recording?
It did.
What did you do when you realized it stopped recording?
I immediately notified Mike Hodges to stop the search and restarted the video, and he gave a introduction statement as to what occurred.
And while the video was off, was anything discovered?
No. Not that I'm aware of.
And you were there present the whole time, correct?
I was.
All right. That's all, Judge.
Any questions, Mr. Davis?
Morning, Mr. Benton.
Morning.
And so obviously, you were present, you took the video of that search, correct?
I did.
And are you aware of the Jackson County Sheriff's Office policy on storage of vehicles before they're to be searched?
A lot of times we put them in a secure area, like in this particular incident.
What about putting,
they had stored them in the helicopter bay.
what about putting tape over the trunk and the doors? Isn't that part of the policy?
I don't know if it's a part of the policy.
Okay, you're not aware of that policy?
No.
Okay. Nothing further, thank you.
Anything, Mr. Williams?
Briefly. You said it was in that helicopter bay, Hangar Bay, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that those items or a car like that was supposed to be kept in a secure location, correct? I mean,
Yes.
did you have access to that Hangar Bay?
I did not have access to it.
Okay, was it just open to generally all personnel at the sheriff's office?
No,
Was it limited as to who had access to that bay?
yes.
That's all.
Anything else, Mr. Davis?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Benton. Appreciate you, sir. State, who would you like to call next?
Kevin Arnold?
Kevin Arnold. Raise your right hand, Mr. Arnold.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth? I do.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold. You can be seated. Same thing as yesterday, Mr. Arnold, or the last time you testified. That's our jury. Make sure you speak loud enough that they can hear you. If there's an objection, if you'll pause your testimony, sir, I'll instruct you how to proceed, okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Williams?
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Would you state your name for the record again?
Kevin Arnold.
Mr. Arnold, we've previously heard testimony about you working at the sheriff's office at that time, and I believe so, but just in case, were you also the helicopter pilot for the agency?
Yes, sir, I was.
And as such, did you have access to the helicopter hangar bay?
I did.
Are you aware if that was a secured location at the sheriff's office?
It is secured.
Okay? Specifically, are there locks for it?
Yes, sir. There is on the gate going in and out of it, there was a chain with a padlock.
Okay. And I guess the key for that gate to access that hangar, was it readily accessible to everybody in the sheriff's office or only a few people?
Only a few people.
Okay, and that included yourself, you were pilot, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Were you, strike that. You're aware, this is a yes or no, you're aware that the defendant was temporarily suspended pending the outcome of an internal affairs investigation, correct?
Yes.
And did you move the defendant's patrol car on that same date into that hangar bay?
Yes.
And did you access it or go into it after that at all?
No.
To your knowledge, from the date that it was searched, going back to the date that you put it in there, did you observe anybody else or know of anybody else going in that hangar bay?
Not to my knowledge.
That's all, Judge.
Mr. Davis?
Good morning.
Morning.
So at that time, you were the helicopter pilot?
I was also the pilot. Yes, sir. I was the lieutenant patrol.
Okay. Are you still the pilot?
Still the pilot.
Okay. And are you still the lieutenant over patrol?
Captain. Now
Captain.
patrol.
But back when Mr. Wester was employed with the sheriff's department, you were the lieutenant over patrol,
Yes, sir.
and he was a patrol deputy?
That's correct.
So you would have been in his direct line of command, correct?
That's correct.
So during that time, and before Mr. Wester was suspended, did you ever receive any complaints about Mr. Wester planting evidence?
Planting evidence?
Yes.
No, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Williams?
Nothing else, Judge.
All right, thank you, Mr. Arnold. Appreciate you being here today.
May Mr. Davis and I approach before the next witness? is
Yes, sir.
called?
Who would you like to call, Mr. Williams?
Quentin Hollis.
Quentin Hollis. You raise your right hand, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that evidence that you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You can sit down, Mr. Hollis. Mr. Hollis, our jury is out here today. If you'll speak into the mic loud enough they can hear you. If you hear an objection, pause your testimony and I'll instruct you. Mr. Williams?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you state your name for the record?
Quentin Hollis
Mr. Hollis, how are you employed?
with the Jackson County Sheriff's Office.
And specifically, were you employed with that agency 2017, 2018, that time period?
Yes, sir.
At that time, what were your duties?
I was in charge of warrants, sex offender compliance, training, and equipment.
Did that include inventorying equipment from deputies, both assigning it to them or receiving it back from them?
Yes, sir.
Okay, in August of 2018, specifically, did that include inventorying some items from the defendant Zachary Wester's assigned patrol car?
Yes, sir.
Did you specifically inventory a signed first aid kit?
Yes, sir.
While you were performing that inventory, did you discover any marijuana in that first aid kit?
Yes, sir.
All right, how was it packaged?
It was, I believe, an unlabeled prescription pill bottle. and there were 2 or 3 packets in cellophane or in little baggies that were poked down inside the pill bottle.
Based on your training experience, did you recognize it to be suspected marijuana?
Yes, sir.
And was there any evidence tape on that bottle?
No, sir.
Was there any kind of a evidence or an agency label on that bottle?
No, sir.
Was there any kind of handwriting indicating or associating it with a case number or a complaint number?
No, sir.
Did you provide it to Lieutenant Mike Hodges in Internal Affairs?
Yes, I did.
Is that because you were aware that this pertained to a internal affairs investigation?
I believe it potentially could be, yes, sir.
Nothing else, Judge.
Mr. Davis?
Morning.
Good morning.
When did you say you inventoried this first aid bag?
The afternoon that it was brought to me by Captain Arnold.
Do you remember when that was?
It's on the inventory sheet. I think it was, I remember it was early September is all I can remember. I don't remember the date.
Okay. And that was the same, and that came out of Mr. Wester's car?
That's what I was told, yes.
What you were told? You were told that by Mike Hodges?
By Captain Arnold.
By Captain Arnold? Okay. And were you aware that it was Mike Hodges that searched the car?
No, I was not aware.
Okay. And were you aware that there's a video of the search?
I was not aware.
Okay. So you're not aware that there's video of Mike Hodges looking in that bag and taking things out of that bag prior to you seeing it?
I have since learned that, but I did not know it at the time.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Williams?
Mr. Hollis, is the reason you did not know that at the time was because Lieutenant Mike Hodges was in Internal Affairs?
That's correct.
Okay, and you're aware, how long had you been with this agency, Sheriff's Office?
At the time, I've been with them 25 years now, so about 23 years or 24 years, I don't know.
In your experience, do you know whether or not Internal Affairs investigations are supposed to be common knowledge, or are they supposed to be kept with Internal Affairs investigators?
They're supposed to be kept confidential while it's underway.
Okay. That's all, Judge.
Anything else, Mr. Davis?
Yes, one question. So at the time, who was in charge of Internal Affairs?
Lieutenant Mike Hodges.
Was there anybody else in Internal Affairs at that time?
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
Okay. Was Billy Benton a part of Internal Affairs at that time?
No, sir, I don't believe so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Williams?
No, Judge.
All right, good to see you, Mr. Hollis. Have a good day, sir. Who would you like to call next, State?
Diana Chase?
Diana Chase. You raise your right hand, ma'am. You
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You can sit down, Ms. Chase, and get comfortable. Thank you. Ms. Chase, a couple things again. Our jury's out there. If you'll speak into the mic where they can hear you. If you hear an objection, if you'll pause your testimony, I'll instruct you, okay? Mr. Williams?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you state your name for the record?
Diana Chase?
Now, you've previously testified to the jury, but just to be clear, you were the case agent for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement on this case, correct?
That is correct.
During your investigation, did you take control of items that were seized by Lieutenant Mike Hodges as a part of his internal affairs investigation?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you specifically take all those items at one time from him?
Yes, I did.
Did that include suspected marijuana that was found separate from the original search of the defendant's patrol car?
Yes, it was.
Have you had a chance to, since that time that you took control of them, have you had a chance to review and inspect and photograph those items?
Yes, I have.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Chase, step around here. For the record, I'm going to show you a box that's labeled 14B as in Bravo. It contains a number of exhibits. 14B1 and 14B41 in that order. Okay, have you specifically looked in that box as those items are labeled as recently as this morning?
Yes, I have.
And have you confirmed that those are the items that you seized from Mike Hodges?
Yes, I did. They are.
Judge, I would move 14B, as in Bravo, 1 through 41 into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
Now, you said a moment ago that you took photos of these items, correct?
Yes, I did.
All right. Here, do you mind? Maybe right there on top. Have you viewed a disc of those photos as recently as this morning?
Yes, I have.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'll show you what's labeled as 14C. 14C. An envelope labeled 14C. If you could open it up, the outside of the envelope, open it up. Let me know if you recognize that disc.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Does that disc contain the photos that you just described?
Yes, it does.
Judge, I'd move 14C into evidence at this time. No
Any-
objection.
Be admitted.
Judge, at this time, I would move to publish states 14C, a disc of the FDLE photos of the seized items.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be published.
All right. Before we get started, are you able to see that on your screen, Ms. Chase?
Yes, I am.
All right. As we go through these, just for record purposes, these are 68 pages each of individual photos. We're beginning at page 1, and we'll run through them in order. Just for clarity's sake, we see a note card, actually 2, on the right, correct?
Correct.
And we see a number, a case name or something up at the top
Yes.
written, correct?
Yes.
Okay, just to be clear, those are not the clerk numbers that you just referenced here as state's exhibits, correct?
Correct.
Okay, those are agency numbers as they came to you, correct?
These numbers are the numbers I designated for these items.
Okay, so they in no way correspond to the 14 B1 through 41, correct?
No, they don't.
Okay, all right. Just want to be clear. Now, let's start with this first item. What is this? Just if you could give a brief general description of what this appears to be.
This is a box
Okay.
that's labeled for a scope for a firearm.
Okay, could you scroll down, Mrs. Bittner, to the next page? All right, and does this next photo show that box opened up?
Yes, it does.
Let's go to the third. Judge, would it be all right if I stood a little closer? I can get closer to that monitor.
Yeah, if you'll just make sure you have that mic close to you when you're talking. The one, they're either up here that are on the, where the benches. That way we can pick you up.
Okay, what does this photo depict?
This is a metal box,
Is it like a watch case?
fossil.
Okay. Let's go to the next picture. Number 4, for record purposes, does this depict the interior of that?
Yes, it does.
Based on your training experience, what does that appear to be inside of the fossil watch case there?
Suspected marijuana.
Okay. Could you scroll down a little bit to the next page, Ms. Bittner? What would be page 5? Is that a closer look of that?
Yes, it is.
All right, let's keep scrolling to the next page. All right, we're on page 6. What is this?
That was the contents of the metal box, the fossil box.
Okay, so the residue, those pieces we saw in the previous photo, it was bagged in this pink bag, and that's what that is?
Yes, I removed it and packaged it in this.
Okay. Next photo, please, Ms. Bittner. All right, now we're on 7. What are we looking at now?
These are plastic Ziploc bags.
Next photo, please. Okay, number 8, are these those same bags taken out of the bag we see on the bottom right and spread out so we can see how many there are?
Yes, it is.
All right. Next photo, please, Mrs. Bittner. And is this another view of those same bags?
Yes, it is.
And for record purposes, those were pages 8 and 9.
Okay?
Next photo, Mrs. Bittner, please. All right, thank you. And what do we see here?
This is a plastic Ziploc bag that has an Apple stamp or marking on it.
Please keep scrolling, Mrs. Bittner, to the next page. All right, are you able to tell what is in that plastic bag in the bottom, Agent Chase?
Yes, there are 2 plastic canisters.
Now, based on your investigation in this case, are you aware whether that agency, the Jackson County Sheriff's Office, uses those clear type canisters to package and contain suspected narcotics?
Yes.
Powder narcotics? Were these canisters labeled in any way?
No.
Was there any kind of writing on them, perhaps with a Sharpie or some kind of ink?
No.
All right, and that was page 11 for the record. Next page, Mrs. Bittner. Are these those same canisters?
Yes.
Next page, Mrs. Bittner. We're on page now 13 for the record. Are these the same canisters, and it's a closer view?
Yes, this is a closer view.
Okay. Specifically on the top canister, what does that, you of course had a closer look at it as well. Is there anything inside of that canister?
Yes, there's a residue of some sort.
Could you go to the next page, please, Ms. Bittner? In this photo, are you able to tell? This is page 14.
This is just the bag from those 2 canisters were packaged in this bag.
Understood. You took them out of that bag to photograph them, correct?
Yes, and to separate them.
Okay, next photo. Right, is this another one of those same canisters or
Yeah.
a different one?
This is another picture of just one of the canisters.
Specifically, do you know if this is one that you've previously photoed, now you're doing so separately, or is this a different one?
No, this is one of the original 2 that I just described.
Okay, thank you. Next photo, please. And what about this one?
And this is the other one of the 2.
Next photo, please. Now we're on page 17. For the record, what is here, Mrs. Chase?
These are miscellaneous plastic bags.
Next photo, please. On page 18, are these those bags now outside of the master bag we just saw?
Yes, they are.
Right, we see that there are 6 of them in different sizes, correct?
Yes.
Next page, please. And is this a closer up view of those same bags?
Yes, it is.
Next picture, please. And it looks like this is one of those individual bags, correct?
Yes, it is.
That's on page 20. Next picture, please. Likewise here, another one of those bags individually, correct?
Correct.
Does this one have, were you able to determine if there was anything inside this one?
They both appeared to have a residue, IA6A and IA6B.
Okay. And when you say, for record purposes, when you say IA6A, 6B, you're specifically referencing the note cards that are in these photos, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And for our purposes, we're on page 21 of this document. Next page, please. All right. How about these bags on page 22?
These are the remaining 4 bags.
Next page, please, Mrs. Bittner. All right. How about this? We're on page 23 now.
This is a metal pipe.
For record purposes, this appears to be a smoking pipe.
Yes.
Okay. Next photo, please. And we're on page 24 now. What's depicted in this picture?
2 plastic knives.
Okay. Next photo, please. Okay, we're on page 25. What is in this photo?
This is a silica gel packet.
What is a silica gel packet?
Uh,
You know from life experience?
Yeah, I think like it's used to dehumidify or to prevent moisture.
The inside of those silica gel packets, what's inside of it?
Just from my experience and having opened one in the past, just little clear silicone or silica balls,
Okay.
pellets.
Next photo, please. All right, hold on. Photo number is 26. What is this?
This is a Sharps evidence container that contained a syringe.
I want to ask you a question here. Based on your training experience, are you aware, you know how methamphetamine, one of the ways methamphetamine can be used, taken into the human body?
Yes.
Does that include injecting with a syringe?
Yes, it does.
And is one of the ways that before it can be loaded in the syringe, that it can be prepared, can it involve warming it up in like a spoon or some other type of holding device?
Yes.
We also saw some pictures of knives, plastic knives in previous photos. Based on your training experience, can really any type of sharp-edged device, straight-edged device be used to separate or prepare narcotics?
Yes.
Specifically powder narcotics like methamphetamine.
Yes.
Is another way that methamphetamine can be taken into the human body, smoked.
Yes.
Next photo, please. All right, what do we see here?
This is a Crown Royal cloth bag.
Next photo, please. We're on photo number 28 at this point. What is this page, Chase?
These are two plastic, I believe it's two, we'll see, but two plastic bags that contained suspected marijuana.
Next photo, please. Is this a closer up photo of those same bags?
Yes.
Next photo, please. All right, now we're on page 30 for the record. Is this a photo of one of those bags?
Yes.
Next photo, please. Is this a photograph of the other bag?
Yes, it is.
Once again, of suspected marijuana?
Yes.
That's page 31 for the record. Next photo, please. All right, what are we looking at now?
This is the last exhibit, but separated the bag from the suspected marijuana. Been packaged in two different plastic bags.
Next photo, please.
And then this is the same thing, but this was actually the first plastic bag, separated the plastic bag from the suspected marijuana.
Thank you. Next photo, please. And we're on page 34 now. What is this?
This is another plastic canister with residue.
Next page.
This is just a photograph of the front of the bag.
Okay, so this is the front. We're on page 35, and this is merely the front of what was shown on 34, correct?
Correct.
Next photo, please. What about this?
This is another plastic canister.
Were you able to tell if this had any kind of residue or anything inside it?
Yes, it does appear to.
Next photo, please.
And then this is also just a photograph of the front of that previous bag.
All right, for record purposes, this is page 37. The previous photo, 36, was of the same item. Next photo, please. Is this a closer up view of that same canister?
Yes, it is.
Next photo, please. All right, now what are we looking at on page 39?
This is a plastic Ziploc bag that contains a residue.
Next photo, please. Is this the back of the same bag we just saw?
It's actually the front. The side with the label, the front.
All right, for record purposes, 39 and 40 are the same bag from different angles. Next photo, please. What about this?
This is also a plastic canister that contains residue.
Next photo, please.
And then
Scroll down a little bit, please, Ms. Bittner. Can you go down a little? Maybe I'm missing. What are we able to see? Are you able to see, Agent Chase?
yes, it's in the below the chain of custody box and above the condition of bag when opened. It's there. This is the front, a photo of the front of the bag.
All right. Next photo, please. All right, now we're on page 43. Is this a closer up view of what's in the previous two photos?
Yes,
The same canister with some suspected kind of residue inside it, correct?
correct.
Next photo, please. What about this?
This is another plastic canister.
Is it a different one than the previous one we saw?
Yes.
Does this have any suspected, any residue, possibly suspected narcotics in it?
It appears to be. I would have to refer to my notes.
Okay, well, let's go to the next picture. Would you have photographed it separately or closer if it did?
It just depends. It depends. If there was a considerable amount of substance in it, I would try to take a closer view.
And it would have later been tested as well?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and what about this? We're on page 45 for the record.
This is a plastic canister as well that contains a residue.
Next photo, please. Is this a closer up view of that same canister you just described?
Yes, it is.
This is page 46 for the record. Next photo, please. What's in this photo?
This is a black 511 glove.
You've seen and you've previously testified that you collected and viewed body camera videos related to the defendant's arrests in this case, correct?
Correct.
Arrests he made of persons in this case.
Correct.
Have you had a chance to view those videos and see whether he was wearing search gloves in those videos?
Yes.
Is this generally, I'm not saying it's the exact, I'm not asking if it's the exact same, but is this generally the same type of glove that you saw him use in that video? Those
Yeah.
videos?
Yes.
Okay. Just the same type.
Same type.
That's page 47 for the record. Next photo. And is this the other side of that bag with the glove still?
Yes.
Next photo, please. All right, what's in page 49?
This is a plastic canister that contained a residue.
Next photo, please. All right, we're on page 50. What about this?
I believe this might be another photograph of the same one.
All right.
If we went back, I could verify.
Ms. Bittner, would you mind scrolling back up to the previous photo, which will be for the record 49? All right. You scroll down so you can see the bag.
Yes.
Okay, so it is the same 49 and 50, correct?
Yes.
All right, let's go down to 51, Mrs. Bittner. All right, what do we see here?
This is a plastic Ziploc bag that contained a residue.
Next photo, please. Is this another view of that same bag?
Yes, it is.
That's on page 52. Next photo, please. What do we see here?
This is a plastic canister that I believe also contained a residue. Or I would have to check my notes, but
Next photo, please. You scroll down a little bit more, Miss. There you go. Okay, are you able to recognize what's in this, Agent Chase? 54.
it's hard to see. I see a lid.
Okay.
It looks like there's a plastic canister
Okay.
also in that one.
Next photo, please. All right, now we're on to page 55 for the record. What is this?
This is part of a field test kit.
Next photo, please.
And this is another photo of the front of the bag of that test kit.
Was there suspected narcotic residue or powder narcotics in the field test kit?
Yes.
And likewise, would that have been sent off for testing at the lab as well, like the other suspected narcotics?
Yes.
Next photo, please. All right, now we're on page 57.
This is a plastic canister that contains suspected methamphetamine.
Next photo, please. Is this the back of that same bag?
Yes, or the front. It's the same bag. It's the side with the label.
It's supposed to be higher here. Okay, so that's 58. So 57 and 58 are the same item from different angles, correct?
Correct.
All right, next photo, please. All right, how about this? We're on to 59.
Yes, this was a prescription pill bottle that contained some items. It contained suspected marijuana and rolling papers.
Next photo, please. All right, now we're on page 60. Is this another view of that, what you've described as a prescription style bottle?
Yes,
Okay. And for the record, that is a, we've already said the page number, but this is kind of an orange tinted canister, correct?
correct.
Next photo, please. Are you able to see what's in this? We're on to 61.
Yes, this is the bag that prescription style bottle was contained in.
Next photo, please. Okay, are these the contents of that bottle?
Yes,
Next photo, please. And we see in page 63 some residue down there in the bottom, correct?
correct.
Next photo, please. 64, what are we looking at?
These are the rolling papers.
And they were contained in that prescription style bottle, correct?
Correct,
With the suspected marijuana, correct?
correct.
Next photo, please. All right, what are we looking at here with,
This is a plastic bag that contained suspected marijuana that was also inside of that prescription style bottle.
that's page 65. Next photo, please. What are we looking at on page 66?
This is the contents of the bag separated into an evidence bag.
Suspected marijuana as well.
Yes,
Next photo, please. All right, what about this?
this is the other portion that was contained within the prescription style bottle, which is a plastic bag and appeared to be a burnt marijuana cigarette.
Are those typically referred to as roaches?
Yes,
And last photo, please. This is another photo of what we just saw on 67.
yes, this is the packaging and then the burnt marijuana cigarette separated.
I previously asked you about the canisters and syringe and pipe. The rolling papers, are those, and based on your training experience, something that can be used to package and ultimately ingest marijuana or some other smokable narcotic?
Yes,
Now, all of the suspected narcotics that we've seen photos here and that you seized, were those all sent to the FDLE chemistry lab section for drug analysis?
yes, they were.
That's all, Judge.
Mr. Davis?
Morning.
Good morning.
Just a couple of questions for you. I know you just said that you had this stuff sent to the lab to test for if there were drugs or not, correct?
Correct.
What about any DNA, fingerprinting, anything like that?
No.
No? Okay. And as we were looking at the photographs of the plastic bags, I guess like the plastic evidence bags, is that how you received it from the Jackson County Sheriff's Office?
I received the items all in sealed plastic evidence bags that were labeled, that were shown in the photographs.
Okay. And Mr. Williams asked you about reviewing the videos when we saw the picture of the gloves. And you said you reviewed the videos associated with this case, correct?
Correct.
And want to ask you specifically about the search with Stephen Van. Do you remember reviewing that one?
I do.
And in your report, you said that after Mr. Wester found the drugs in that car, he didn't search any more of the vehicle. Do you remember writing that in your report?
Was that in reference to what Mr. Van stated to me? Or in reference to the report documenting the review of the video?
Well, here, let me, if I can approach, Judge?
Yes, sir.
This is what I was referring to. Between the two blue marks.
Okay.
But take a look at it so you see if we're referencing the same thing.
Okay.
So would you have written that after you reviewed the video?
I did not write this report.
You did not write that report?
No.
Who wrote this report?
That report was authored by Special Agent Jared Nichols.
Okay. And you had nothing to do with the collection of the evidence other than going over and getting it from Mike Hodges, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Mr. Williams?
Yes, Judge. Mr. Davis asked you about whether there was any DNA analysis or print analysis requested by you for these items, correct?
Correct.
So at this point in your investigation, you just said that you did not participate in the search, correct?
Correct.
But did you view the video that's already been introduced as evidence of the search of that patrol car?
I did.
You were aware that was the defendant's patrol car, correct?
Yes.
And you were aware of the area that it was kept, that helicopter bay, correct?
Yes.
And based on your investigation, was it your understanding that that was a secure location?
Yes.
Others did not have freely did not have access to, correct?
That is correct.
Was there any indication during your investigation you were aware of or you observed that that patrol car had been tampered with?
No indication of that.
Okay. So at that point that you're working the investigation and you had to make that decision whether DNA analysis would be helpful or print analysis would be helpful, was it your understanding that identity of where these items came from was not necessarily the issue you were focused on, correct?
That is correct.
Based on everything that you viewed in the investigation, it was clear to you where it came from, correct?
Yes.
Was the remaining issue what purpose it was being held for in that location?
Yes.
Whether it was a legal evidence or whether it was illegal evidence for some other purpose, is that right?
That is correct.
Now, would DNA evidence have given you that answer?
No, I don't believe it would have.
Would fingerprint evidence have given you that answer?
No, I don't believe it would have.
That's all, Judge.
Mr. Davis?
I can ask one more follow-up. Agent Chase, you said you viewed the video of the search of Mr. Wester's patrol car, correct?
I did.
And on that video, you see Mike Hodges pull out a red bag that's with the first aid kit, correct?
I did see him pull out a bag that to me looked like it would be a medical first aid kit.
And you saw him search that bag, correct?
I did.
And in fact, he actually takes latex gloves out of that bag and puts them on before he starts the search, correct?
I don't recall specifically that, but I don't dispute it.
Well, if it's on the
If
video,
it's on the video, yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Anything else, Mr. Williams?
No, Judge.
All right, thank you, Ms. Chase. You still are under subpoena, okay, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. It's about 10:25. Let's go ahead and take our morning break. Actually, how long is your next witness?
I'd like to, may we approach?
Yeah. All right, we're going to go ahead and take a recess, jury. It is 10:25, and we will be in recess until 10:40. Don't do any research about the case. Don't talk with each other about the case. Don't talk with any third party about the case. Again, leave your blue notepads in your chairs, and you are in recess until 10:40. Mr. Gary, if you'll rise them up and walk them out. All right, come to rest, please. Mr. Gary, while we begin our recess, if you'll just make sure that what I asked Mr. Kevin, you got that taken care of? Okay, all right. Thank you. We will be in recess until 10:40. Mr. Davis?
Yes, sir.
Come here real quick. Mr. Williams? Mr. Bailiff, if you'll just tell Mr. Davis what we just did. Just tell him what we just did.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, this Max. Yeah.
Case, Zach needs to go out, just to make sure. That was it?
You need a restroom, all right?
I'm good. You're good. Yeah, thank you, man.
Yes. If you want to go ahead and give Catalani's report up. Remain seated and come to order.
Mr. Gary, we have all the jurors back? We do, Your Honor. Okay, thank you. Mr. Williams, anything we need to discuss before we go to our next witness?
Judge, I anticipate having, for housekeeping, I anticipate having 4 more witnesses that I call in my case.
Okay.
That would be removing Christy Falk. And after speaking with Mr. Davis, he and I about some things, I don't believe I'll have the need to call Robert Wester.
Okay.
So that would leave Mr. Arnold, Ms. Finch, Mr. Catalani, and then Ms. Chase again.
Okay.
Mr. Catalani,
Do you want to step out and release Mr. Wester?
if the court's all right with that, yes, I would.
Yeah. Mr. Davis, you want to put anything on the record with that?
No.
Okay. If you want to step out and take a second and just let Mr. Wester know you're not going to be needing him today.
Okay, the court security is indicating he's in the witness room, right? Okay, thank you.
Hey, Chase. All right, Mr. Williams, who would you like to call next?
I'll be calling Mr. Arnold next, but just before we have the jury and judge, I was going to also let the court know that for Mr. Catalani, he has his notes with him. He's an FDLE chemistry analyst. I expect him to have a folder on the stand. It looks like it's green, so that's what that should be.
Okay.
And as always, Ms. Chase has her notes if she needs to refresh her recollection. That's the only thing that any witness should be bringing in the courtroom, just so we're clear.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Davis, anything?
Actually, Mr. Williams, on the Penn Shaw video, how long is that video? It's not listed on here, and I can't remember off the top of my head.
So my notes that I have here, longer than I thought. It's 20 minutes. And I'm just looking at my notes to see if there's some indication that I know that Mr. Davis, as soon as I get out what we jointly agree is relevant, Judge, I'll ask Mrs. Bittner to pause the video and potentially shorten it, but my notes are 20 minutes long for that video.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Davis?
I'm happy at the moment, Judge.
Yep. Anything, Mr. Davis?
Yes, Judge, just one other thing. As far as the, again, playing of the Penn Shaw video, also discussed with Mr. Williams that Kenneth Shaw, in that, as a subject in that video, does have at least one prior felony conviction. We've agreed that obviously that would come out. Would it, Judge, when you give the, I'm assuming you'll probably give some instruction or something about the video being played, you want to inform the jury that there's, Mr. Shaw has one prior conviction, or should Mr. Williams bring that out on his direct? Because we've agreed that that's going to get to the jury. We just hadn't discussed how that was going to get to the jury.
Mr. Williams, do you have any objection to you getting it out on direct?
I don't know. No, I don't.
Or do you prefer I read a stipulated instruction?
I think that would be smoothest, because I haven't discussed that with Ms. Chase. So I would absolutely agree to a stipulation by the parties that Mr. Kenneth Shaw, one of the subjects of this arrest, has a prior felony conviction.
Okay, we'll talk more about that before we get to that witness.
Now, there would also be a Williams rule instruction that we would have to, and I would request. Okay, just making sure.
Yep.
Okay. All right. And that's going to come, that's going to be under Chase, correct?
Yes, Judge.
All right, let's bring the jury back in.
All rise.
All right, please come to rest. State, who would you like to call next?
Kevin Arnold.
Kevin Arnold. Mr. Arnold, I'm going to go ahead and swear you in again, sir.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? I do.
You can go ahead, Mr. Williams.
All right, good morning again. Just to be clear, would you state your name on the record?
Kevin Arnold.
All right, Mr. Arnold. We've heard from you a couple times in this trial, and I want to go back to some questions and the topic that you were first called about the patrol division.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall when you were first called, I asked you some questions about what a CAD report was, and do you remember testifying about that?
I do.
Right. Have you had a chance to review CAD reports related to former Deputy Zachary Wester, and he was at the date of his temporary suspension, specifically August 1st of 2018?
Have I reviewed those CAD reports?
Have you had a chance to review CAD reports for him for that day, August 1st, 2018?
I have.
All right. And may I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes, sir.
For the record, I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 15A. You could look inside. Arnold, you could look inside and outside of that envelope. Let me know if you recognize those to be those reports.
Yes, sir, they are.
Judge, I'd move 15A into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
Objection.
Be admitted.
Captain Arnold, in your review of those CAD reports associated with the defendant from August 1st, 2018. Do those document in any way any type of a drug seizure that day?
No, sir.
Do they document or report any type of recovery of abandoned property from that day?
No.
Did you additionally review CAD reports from the defendant for the entire preceding month, specifically July of 2018?
I have.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes, sir.
I'll show you what's marked as 15B is in Bravo. Likewise, you will be outside and inside of that. Let me know if you recognize those to be those reports.
Yes, sir. These are the CAD reports.
Judge, I move State's Exhibit 15B is in Bravo into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
For record purposes, 15A is a composite exhibit of 6 reports, which are all separately, separately broken up by paper clips. 15B is a composite exhibit of 79 reports, which are likewise separately broken up by paper clips. They are in date order. I'll ask you the same question for 15B, that whole month of July 2018. When you reviewed those CAD reports from the defendant for that whole month, did you see any kind of a drug seizure documented on those reports?
No.
Did you see any kind of documentation of a recovery of abandoned property on those reports?
No, sir.
Including narcotics?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. That's all, Judge.
Mr. Davis.
Morning again.
Morning.
The CAD system that you currently have at the Jackson County Sheriff's Office, is that the same system that those reports came from?
No, it's not.
Have you guys upgraded your system?
That's correct.
When did you upgrade it?
I can't give you a date. It's been some time since after the hurricane that we actually implemented that new system.
Okay. What new, I guess, why was it updated? What new things do you have with the new system that you didn't have with the old?
The system we have is a very complex system now. It's Pro Phoenix. There's a lot more information that can be entered and can be pulled to be utilized in writing incident reports and documentation and a lot of other stuff.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Williams.
This new system you have, you said it has additional features for additional information, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Does it still allow you to document and report whether it's recovered property or criminally recovered property from a drug seizure?
Yes, sir, it does.
Just like the old one?
Just like the old.
That's all, Judge.
All right, Mr. Arnold, appreciate you being here today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Who would the state like to call next?
Nikki Finch.
Nikki Finch. raise your right hand, ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm not to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
You can sit down. Thank you, Ms. Finch. Ms. Finch, a couple things. Our jury's out where our audience normally sits. If you'll speak loud enough that they can hear you, the closer you can get to that mic, the better. The second thing I would tell you, ma'am, is if you hear an objection, if you'll pause your testimony, I'll instruct you how to proceed, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. Mr. Williams?
Good morning. Would you state your name for the record?
My full legal name is Nicole Marie Finch. I go by Nikki.
And how are you employed?
I am the sergeant over dispatch
All right.
at Jackson County Sheriff's Office.
Generally, what does dispatch do for the sheriff's office?
We receive all 911 and non-emergency calls, and then we dispatch them to law enforcement or fire rescue. We get the apparatus that needs to go.
Does the dispatch section keep and maintain records of those kinds of calls?
We do the preliminary entry, like we'll open the case cards, and then after a deputy or fire rescue has closed them, it goes to the records department.
And are you able, over that section, are you able to continue to access records that dispatch has made once they've made them?
I am able to as a supervisor because I do the 911 recordings.
All right. And have you reviewed the date of August 1st, 2018 for any dispatch records documenting, with the Jackson County Sheriff's Office, documenting any drug seizures?
I did not find any when I looked on that date that showed anything found or apprehended in a traffic stop or any other way.
That's all, Judge.
Mr. Davis?
No questions.
Thank you, Mrs. Finch. Appreciate you being here today, ma'am. Who would the state call next?
Sam Catalani.
Sam Catalani? You'll raise your right hand, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please be seated, sir. Mr. Catalani, as you get situated there, I want to talk with you really quick. Our jury is out where the audience would normally sit. That's due to some COVID precautions the court's taken. If you'll speak directly into the microphone loud enough that they can hear you, that would be appreciated. The second thing is if you hear an objection, pause your testimony and the court will instruct you how to proceed, okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Williams?
Good morning. Would you state your name for the record?
Sure. My name is Sam Catalani.
Mr. Catalani, how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in Pensacola, Florida.
All right. What section do you work in?
I work in the seized drug department.
And in that department, do you perform analysis and testing on suspected controlled substances?
I do.
Would you briefly describe your education and training in order to have that job?
Sure. I have a Bachelor's of Science degree majoring in biology. I've completed FDLE's 9-month training program in the chemistry discipline, and also undergo continuing education courses when they become available.
How long have you worked with FDLE in that capacity?
For 21 years.
In that time frame, have you performed tests for suspected controlled substances,
Yes.
specifically methamphetamine and cannabis, marijuana?
Yes.
All right. There's been previous testimony in this case about the methods used by your agency. Is Jeremiah Bordeaux your supervisor?
Yes, he is.
Okay, and it would be the same methods that he used, I guess, if he's your supervisor in that section, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever testified about your individual processing and analysis of suspected controlled substances in court before?
Yes.
Did you test items of evidence in this case that were forwarded to you from Special Agent Chase?
Yes, I did.
Did you prepare a report of the items that you tested?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as 14E as an echo. Open that up, look inside, tell me if you recognize it to be that report.
Yes, I recognize it.
Judge, I'd move 14E into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
Move to publish.
You can publish.
Mr. Catalani, are you able to see this report on the screen in front of you?
I can see it.
Judge, is it all right if I
Yes.
position myself while I was over there? Thank you. All right, we see just in the middle of the page, it's dated May 22nd of 2019, correct?
Yes.
All right, and we see, attention, Diana Chase, she was the case agent, correct?
Yes.
All right, and subjects, we have Zachary Wester at the bottom left hand, is that correct?
Yes.
Ms. Bittner, would you scroll down a little? Now, on the right-hand side, across from the subject name, that's your name, correct?
Yes.
And is that indicating that you performed this testing on this report, correct?
That's correct.
All right, would you scroll down some more, Mrs. Bittner? Now, in this, let's go to where we can, just where it's evidence underlined, if you get that at the very top. There you go. I just have some questions about how this is organized for the jury's reference. So we have clearly evidence in all caps, which is underlined, and then we have the items of evidence under it, listed by both FDLE item number and agency exhibit number and description of the item, correct?
Yes.
Those FDLE item numbers, that's a lab item number that you assign to the case when you're testing it and keeping track of it, correct?
That's a number that's given to the piece of evidence once it's submitted to the laboratory.
Yes.
So yes.
Okay. And it starts with 3 and continues through 16 on what's page 1 of 2 of your report. Mrs. Bittner, would you scroll down? And then it continues on page 2 of your report from an FDLE item number 17 through 21. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you perform, perform the analysis that you've previously described on each of those items?
Yes, I did.
All right, and then we have a results section in all caps underlined as well. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right, let's scroll down just a little bit, Mrs. Bittner. Thank you. And then we see those same numbers 3 through 21 under the results section as well.
Yep.
And then there are 3 columns there. The column on the right, are those the results after you perform that type of testing?
Yes.
Right? I'd like to ask you about specifically item number 5 and 6. Your report indicates that there were no controlled substances per Florida statute were identified. What does that mean?
That means when I perform my analysis, there was no controlled substances in that exhibit identified.
All right. Is it possible that there is a small portion, but there's not a sufficient quantity for, like, an analytical threshold has not been met for testing?
It's a possibility.
Of course, it's a possibility. There's no controlled substances either, though, right?
Correct.
Okay. For item number 7, we have a finding And just for convenience, that's item number 7 and 16 of the same finding, which is insufficient substance for identification. Is that correct?
Yes.
What does that mean?
That means when I perform my analysis, I had an indication that there was a controlled substance present, but it did not meet the threshold requirement in order for me to identify it.
For those two items, item number 7 and 16, did your test allow you to determine what the indication was for?
Yes, I have an indication of what it was, but there was not enough to identify. Yes.
Okay. What was the indication for? Understanding that that's not. I'll move on. I'll withdraw.
Let's stay in that. Keep going.
Now we come to items 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, and 17. Those all had the same results, correct?
Yes,
And those all tested for methamphetamine?
that is right.
And then for item 13, 18, 19, 20, and 21, did those all have the same result as well?
Yes, they did.
And what was that for?
I identified cannabis.
That's all, Judge.
Mr. Davis?
No questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Catalani. Appreciate you
You're
being here today. Jury, we're going to take an early lunch break today. It is 11:10. I've got some things I need to get ready for before our next witness, and it's just an appropriate time to take a lunch break. I'm going to ask that you be back in the jury room at 12:30. We will start at 12:30. Again, you will be in lunch break until 12:30. I'm going to ask you to leave your blue notebooks in your chairs. I'm going to ask you to leave your badges on, your name badges. Don't talk with anybody. Don't talk with each other. Don't research. Don't do anything in relation to this case other than the evidence and testimony that you see and hear in this courtroom. If you need an additional notebook or a notepad, please let Mr. Bailiff Gary know, and we'll make sure that you get an additional notepad. Anything else, Mr. Williams, before we release the jury for lunch?
No, Judge.
Anything else, Mr. Davis, before we release the jury for lunch? All right, we are adjourned. Be back in the jury room at 12:30. Thank you.
All rise.
evidence you are about to receive concerning other crimes, wrongs, or acts allegedly committed by the defendant will be considered by you for the limited purpose of proving opportunity, and you shall consider it only as it relates to that issue. However, the defendant is not on trial for a crime, wrong, or act that is included in the information. The parties have stipulated that Kenneth Shaw has one prior felony conviction.
Okay. Mr. Williams, is that an appropriate instruction to read?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And
I will, go ahead, counsel.
I was just going to say, and for the record, we shared that with Mr. Wester, and he's in agreement with that instruction as well.
Okay. I'll read that prior to beginning any testimony. All right, let's get into the Williams Rule instruction. Typically, the Williams Rule instruction is under Supreme Court 2.4. Anything that you want me to read with respect to the Williams Rule issue?
Judge, only what we've done.
That is the instruction, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure that there was no additional instruction you wanted me to read.
No, Judge, I deliberately made sure that only opportunity, as the state's listed, the court rule was included, and got it directly from the Florida Supreme Court website. That's it, sir.
Okay. All right, and just for our record, the Williams Rule issue was addressed in a amended notice of intent that was filed by the state on February the 19th, 2021. The court heard argument with respect to that motion or amended notice and issued an order on May the 7th, 2021. So just to let the record reflect that this is not the first time that the court's considered the Williams Rule issue. There's a plethora of prior hearings and a discussion and orders that the court has considered prior to today. So this is not a novice issue that the court's considering. What's about to happen, the court's discussed it with counsel on several prior occasions. Mr. Williams, anything else that we need to discuss before we bring in Chase?
No, Judge.
Mr. Davis, anything else from you before we bring the jury in and Chase?
Okay, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and bring our jury in.
All rise. Ready to begin? Please leave personal items behind and take your seat, please.
Please come to rest. Mr. Williams, is it now an appropriate time to read the instruction to the jury?
Yes, sir.
Jury, I'm going to read an instruction to you if you will listen carefully. The evidence that you are about to receive concerning other crimes, wrongs, or acts allegedly committed by the defendant will be considered by you for the limited purpose of proving opportunity, and you shall consider it only as it relates to that issue. However, the defendant is not on trial for a crime, wrong, or act that is not included in the information. The parties have stipulated that Kenneth Shaw has one prior felony conviction. State, who would you like to call next?
Diana Chase.
Let's call Diana Chase. Ms. Chase, will you raise your right hand, please?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, ma'am. You can be seated. All right, Mr. Williams.
Good afternoon. Would you state your name for the record?
Diana Chase.
Now, Agent Chase, as case officer, you watched an additional video separate and apart from the listed victims and charged offenses in this case, correct?
That is correct.
Specifically, did you watch one that involved the arrest of Laura Penn and Kenneth Shaw?
Yes, I did.
And did you collect and review the case file from that particular incident?
Yes.
And was that an arrest that the defendant made of, those people in a traffic stop?
Yes, it was.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Agent Chase, I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 16A, B, C, and D. If you could look at each of those folders and let me know if you recognize what's inside those.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you recognize those to be the case file related to the arrest of Mrs. Laura Penn and Kenneth Shaw by the defendant? Specifically, the evidence and complaint form, the offense and incident report, an evidence detail report, and a disc of a body camera video from that incident.
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I move 16A, B, C, and D into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
Judge, at this time, I would move to publish State's Exhibit 16D, so Delta, a disc of the body camera video from this incident.
You can publish.
For the record, there are 3 files on this disc. We are publishing the second with a file name of 2018-012950 DSC Wester /Penn_Shaw arrest. Starting it from the beginning.
Yeah, I'm gonna get you. Just hang tight, okay? Look, go ahead and hop up for me, ma'am. You're being detained at this time, okay? All right. I guess that's why you wanted to grab your purse.
I'm sitting at a sit-down.
Okay. All right. I'm just gonna lock these so they don't tighten down on you. Huh? Hang tight.
I'll take that from you, okay? Get the flashlight and the lighter.
2554. I have the signal 30 detained as well.
Pause the video briefly. All right, Agent Chase, are you able to see the video that's in front of you? Should have asked you that before we started. Are you able to see it fine?
Yes,
Okay, and just for record purposes, at the top where it says Axon Body, is there a date above that?
there is.
Will we read into the record the date of this?
The date on this video says 2018-06-08.
And the what are the items that are depicted on this video that the defendant has found and taken there that are in that front passenger seat?
There are a total of 4 syringes on the seat.
Okay. And you previously described in your earlier testimony that that is a method, using a syringe is a method that people use to inject methamphetamine among other drugs, correct?
That is correct.
Could you please resume the video, Ms. Bittner? $25.54. Go ahead and show me 1015 2 times.
not, that wasn't all night.
Make sure that don't blow off, sorry. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Judge, may I confer with Mr. Davis briefly?
Yes.
Judge, for the record, we'll be skipping to about the 10-minute mark on this video, although the entire video will be an exhibit.
All right, the entire video will be an exhibit. It's been admitted into evidence. We're pausing at 6:38, and just announce where you're forwarding to, counsel, when you get there.
10 minutes. Start. Okay, for the record, we'll start it back at 9 minutes and 13 seconds.
Yeah, stop real quick. I just want to instruct the jury. Jury, this video has not been edited. We're just fast forwarding just for convenience sake, so we don't waste a lot of your time. You will have access to the entirety of the video when you deliberate in jury. So if you want to watch the remainder of it, that's fine. We're just doing this to expedite the examination. Go ahead, counsel.
Go ahead, Ms. Bitter, please resume the video. Agent Chase, when you reviewed that portion of the video, it specifically showed the defendant searching the driver side car door. How many syringes are collected at that point?
2.
Right, and then he's placing them in an evidence bag like the others, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, Ms. Bittner, could you minimize that? Agent Chase, specifically 16C, as in Charlie, is an evidence detail report from this incident, correct?
Correct.
Does that document the evidence that was seized and actually entered into evidence at the Jackson County Sheriff's Office for this incident?
Yes.
And how many syringes are included that were entered into evidence on this case?
5.
And was that evidence submission made by the defendant, Zachary Wester?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to switch gears here, and I'm done asking you questions about this particular incident. I'd like to ask you.
Stop real quick, Mr. Weir.
Yes, sir.
Pull that video back up, madam. I just want to see what timestamp we've got on it. Just for the record, we did stop the video at 10 minutes and 32 seconds. Thank you. You can minimize it again.
I'd like to switch gears and ask you some questions related back to the charges at issue in this case, okay? You previously testified about the items that you received from Lieutenant Hodges that you then forwarded on to the chemistry section for drug analysis, correct?
Correct.
And there's previously been testimony from Mr. Sam Catalani about his analysis and what those results were in this case. Are you familiar with his report? Have you seen his report?
I have.
Are you familiar with the lab item numbering and what items those correspond to?
I am.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I would move to republish State's Exhibit 14E as an echo and FDLE laboratory report.
You can publish.
All right. Are you able to see that in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Bittner, could you scroll down to, it would be the second page under the results section? Agent Chase, as case agent, are you familiar, do you know which items, as they're numbered there, specifically on that left-hand column, which items numerically related to the items found in the glove that was located in the front passenger seat of the defendant's patrol car?
Yes.
What numbers, please?
9, 10, 11, and 12.
And are you familiar with which FDLE item numbers were from the suspected marijuana that came from the first aid kit that was searched by Quentin Hollis and entered in this case?
Yes.
What item numbers were those?
20 and 21.
When you were first called as a witness in this case, you were asked about the case files for the listed victims in the case, and they were entered at that time. You have reviewed each one of those arrest reports, the affidavits of complaint and the offense reports, correct?
Correct.
And do each of those relate to an arrest that the defendant, Zachary Wester, made?
Yes, they do.
And they're all reports he authored, correct?
That is correct.
And the affidavits and complaints are sworn to, correct?
They are.
And they all, in their narrative portions, they all record, the defendant records that he found those items of methamphetamine or ultimately non-controlled substances for a few. But he says he found all those things in those cars as reported in those reports, correct?
Yes.
And each one of those occurred in Jackson County, correct?
Yes.
That's all I have, Judge.
Mr. Davis.
Good afternoon now.
Good afternoon.
Agent Chase, you've testified about some of your experience with drug cases, correct?
That is correct.
And how some items of what we may deem as everyday things can turn into paraphernalia with drug cases, correct?
That is correct.
So if you have a sandwich bag and it's empty and there's nothing in it, that's just a sandwich bag, correct?
If, based on what you're saying, it's by itself and it's just a sandwich bag that's empty, that is possibly correct, yes.
Right, that would not be paraphernalia.
No.
But if it had some type of trace of drug material in it, or if it's holding drug material, then it's considered paraphernalia, correct?
That would be a case that it would be considered paraphernalia.
Okay, so just like with a syringe, it's not illegal to possess a syringe, is it?
No.
Only if it has an illegal drug in it, correct?
An illegal drug or maybe a drug that's not prescribed to you.
Right, if it's prescribed to somebody else and you're possessing it, then now we're talking about possession of a controlled substance without a prescription.
Well, it could also be if it's in close proximity to an illegal drug as well, is in addition to containing the illegal drug.
But in and of itself, a syringe is not illegal to possess.
No, not that I'm aware of.
Thank you, nothing further.
Mr. Williams?
On the evidence detail report, 16C is in Charlie, the evidence detail report for Mrs. Penn and Mr. Shaw, for the items that were entered into evidence by the defendant. Those also include unused syringes?
Yes, there was an item that listed, I believe it was 4 unused syringes.
That's all, Judge.
Anything else, Mr. Davis?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mrs. Chase. Appreciate you being here, ma'am. State, who would you like to call next?
Judge, may I have just a moment to review my notes?
Take your time, sir.
Judge, at this time, the state rests.
Okay. Jury, I held you long yesterday, but you are going to get an early break today. The state has rest. The court has some housekeeping matters it needs to take care of the remainder of the afternoon. Let me talk to you really quick because I'm about to dismiss you for the rest of the afternoon. It is 1 o'clock on May the 13th. Couple of things to be aware of. The court had instructed you that it may need you the week of May the 24th through the 28th. I think it is safe for the court to instruct you at this time that I anticipate that I will not need you that week. I will need you next week, at least for a good portion of the week, but I won't need you the week of the 24th. Just be aware your third week, I believe, is going to be open, and you may begin to prepare accordingly for that week. Again, that's the week of May the 24th through the 28th. I will need our participation next week, I believe. As far as today goes, if you will leave your notebooks in your chair, take your badges with you. Just because the state is done presenting evidence and testimony this time, you are not in deliberations yet. The defense certainly has the right to make argument and present evidence and any rebuttal evidence and testimony they want to, and that's something that they'll be considering the rest of this afternoon, how they want to proceed forward in that direction. But the important part for you is you are not in deliberations yet. Thus, you are not allowed to discuss this case amongst yourselves. You are still not allowed to talk about the case with anybody outside of this building. In fact, you're not allowed to talk with this case about anybody right now. The only evidence and testimony you are to consider, and there's going to be, I would imagine there's going to be more, and the state defense is going to have the right to present any more evidence and testimony that they want to present. It's going to be limited to this courtroom. So please, just because I'm letting you out early today, do not let your guard down. We still have media that is participating and covering this trial, and it's imperative that you stay away from any sort of outside influences that could impact the way you review this case. Again, you are limited to the evidence and testimony is set forth in this courtroom, and that is critical that you follow that instruction. That being said, with respect to tomorrow, if you will be back in the jury room at about 8:30, we will get started somewhere between 8:30 and 8:45 tomorrow morning. Mr. Williams, anything else before I let the jury go for the day?
No, Judge.
Mr. Davis?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we will see you tomorrow bright and early at 8:30.